Hello. So, didn't have any art prepared for any games lately, so I figured I need to get on that and start making some thumbnail art again. And at the same time, I kind of figured like, well, why not stream it, I guess? I used to stream art all the time. It's not the most entertaining thing to watch, admittedly. I'm a very slow artist. Not really... It's difficult to make art streams interesting, I suppose. At least for me. There people crank out drawings in like 50 doodles in an hour. I'm like one slow doodle for like 8 hours. I'm not the fastest worker, honestly. But yeah. I just figured, why the fuck not? I'm already low energy enough anyways. It kind of fits the mood, I suppose. And my voice should hopefully sound different, much more clear. I spent last night till like 3 a.m. just fucking around with digital audio cables and some programs to kind of make my voice sound a little more louder, clear, crisp, nicer. And it seemed pretty alright. So hopefully, like, I don't watch the VOD later and hate how everything sounds. So I'm making progress on making things a little more tolerable, I suppose. As if they'll ever be fully tolerable. I am a perfectionist in a way. Where I will generally not ever be happy with anything that I do. That's a major character flaw on my part, I suppose. I always want to be the best I can be, kind of, and I know I can be the best, and I know I can't do amazing work compared to like a lot of other people. But that's just the nature of having shit self-confidence, I guess, and being an artist. You always like look at what other people are doing and you're like, oh man, I wish I was that good. Just gotta muscle through it, I guess, and stick in my own lane, and try not to compare myself to others. So yeah. The upcoming game that I want to stream, fit in with the summer theme, will be Mister Mosquito. And I have a really funny cursed idea for the thumbnail, which is inspired by what Picky did, which is when you see the Japanese box art, it's pretty funny. I will bring it up right now. Hopefully it's, where is it? This right here. This is how you market a game. So the thumbnail art will be based around this very, cursed box art. God. Isn't that pleasant to look at? If anyone tunes into this stream at all, they're gonna immediately see the drawing and be like, what the fuck is this guy drawing? Drawing toes. Time to get banned from Twitch, cause I don't know. Fucking break the TOS now or something? Who knows? The fucking way the world's going. the tamest fetish possible is like now like the most disgusting, gross shit to anyone ever. So, yeah, I can't think of much else to say. Hopefully my microphone just sounds better. If the audio at any point needs to be adjusted, please let me know. And do pardon me for being a pretty slow artist and probably spending a lot more time on like sketches and all that. I've been trying to improve and get a little faster and not be such a perfectionist with some thumbnails, because their nature is they're supposed to be very small, very well, it's 1280 by 720p. Still pretty large, but they're supposed to be small. You're not supposed to really like be able to like see all the finer details, I suppose. I haven't like really done a whole lot of thumbnail art before in the past. But I want to do stuff like this going forward, because it's fun to make custom thumbnail art for every stream. Makes it a little bit special. And it gives me an excuse to draw and like kind of keep on top of my craft, because it's never good to find yourself like favoring one side of like, oh, I want to favor video games or I want to favor only art. I like to have a good mixture of both. So, get rid of this cursed thumbnail. Nah, I mean this cursed box art. And I use Tool Painter Psi, so expect some scuff, I guess. Hopefully the capture of the window works right, and no errors happen, and everyone is exposed to the weird horrors that I have on my computer. Hopefully my microphone picked that up as horror and not whores. Alright, so I have some references prepped, so they won't be there for like a long time, hopefully. They're just there to kind of help give me a insightful reference, I suppose. And sorry if you hear me accidentally bumping into my desk. I don't have the greatest setup. Yeah, where's my phone? I should probably have that open. I will be in full window, so it'll be a little bit hard to see what anyone is saying, if anyone does join. Try my best to have everything prepared before I start streams. Right, everything seems to be good to go, so I am going to start drawing now. This will be my first art stream, and it'll probably be the worst art stream I've ever done. Sound a little bit quiet, let me know. I have to distance myself a little bit away from the mic. There might, like I said, there might be a lot of me bumping into shit. Natural for me drawing anything. Like I have to draw this like pretty decently. Just YouTube is like, no, you can't have this in your thumbnail. This is, disgusting. This is sexual. Oh, it's just a fucking foot. Like I said, fucking internet's whack right now. Raise it a bit. A little. My whole drawing process is really messy. And there might be times where I go a little bit quiet during the stream. I might get a little hyper-focused, I suppose. Yeah, I like tuning out the art. I usually spend it mostly in silence anyways. A lot of time where internal monologue comes up and a lot of thinking. Maybe I should... I'm now noticing I'm using the left foot instead of the right foot. Should kind of try and match the box art a little bit more, I guess. Always drawing the shapes of toes is pretty difficult. I really should follow some guides and kind of figure out how to do it better. I think this is a box method. Yeah. Gotta bring this back a bit. Actually, nah, I'm not feeling happy with this one. I probably should have, like, maybe got the sketch completed before I started streaming. I had a very lazy day. I took a nap, woke up feeling groggy, so I had to take like a nice shower to refresh myself. I hide the Mister Mosquito. Nah. Probably better to have that up there for context, so people like know like what the why is he drawing a giant foot? Must ruin as many first impressions as humanly possible. That is the only way. My process for art is generally keep drawing bad things until I can refine it to a state that I think like looks semi-decent. Not the best thing for anyone to do. I think this is being like a maybe elongate the photo. How do I draw the eyes, I wonder? Nice big thumbs up and a sippy straw. Draw the mosquito in the corner, like giving a thumbs up, like, yeah. How am I gonna draw his head? Got like an interesting character design where he's like somewhat human. Big googly eyes. I feel like he looks like he's partially robotic in design. These are bolts on his head that are like supposed to be like eyebrows. Such a weird, interesting game. I would like to see something in a similar vein again one day be made. People probably like aren't okay with the weird perverted factors of it though. Surprised it hasn't been banned from Twitch yet. It's just a game basically made by a company that pushed out like a bunch of like Usoge like budget software. It was a part of that series along with like a bunch of other famous titles that like people look at and go, ooh, what the fuck, Japan? Give a big ol' thumbs up. I should make him a little bit more thinner than that. My logic for drawing a lot of the thumbnails is I kind of like to draw the main character of the game as well. I like to do a little study on their designs and kind of a shirt, I guess. I'm always open to like learning like what makes the character design work and what doesn't. He's got like these little sleeve areas. I think he just has like super stick-like arms. A little armpit. Maybe I should just keep his arm hidden. He's got like a very bulky design that kind of hides his limbs anyways. As for the title. I think that will go up in right here. Should maybe move the drawing over just a bit. A little bit nice and centered. It already looks fucking ridiculous. Why am I doing this? The expression will probably work better if I just like make it look like a casual. Yeah, this is normal. Give me one of those three mouths. Check my audio levels, like, is it picking up okay? Should be. Okay, I could really my microphone up a little bit more. Usually, drawing nails is pretty difficult. Gotta get the shape down just right. Kind of like take into consideration the roundness. They usually get smaller as they go. Move all the nails up just a bit. This one's... I need to fix the big one. That store soundtrack is so good. Can't wait to play that game on stream. It's a game I don't mind playing multiple times because I enjoyed it so much I went back and did multiple playthroughs of it. I had to do like a speed running one where it's not necessarily an actual speed run or anything, but just had managed to do the game faster because I knew where everything was fresh in my mind. If I stream, I'm gonna likely have forgotten like a ton of locations for secrets and stuff and like not have as good of a routing as I did back then, but yeah, I guess that's a part of the fun of streaming. Get to replay a lot of games that you played a couple years ago, or maybe even a decade ago, and you get to revisit them. And you either remember a lot or you don't. You get to see how much of your muscle memory kicks in. But the big toenail's bothering me. They're always kind of like smaller at the root. And grow out. Alright, let's give him his wings. Maybe he's too low to the bottom to really like. He's a round, bulbous character. He's got like these little It's hard to convey his lower body, I suppose. So I should maybe just kind of keep him as a ball in the corner. I think he's like recognizable enough as is with like his actual designs. 1, 3, 4. I noticed something about the hair that I wanted to fix, so I think it's like that. And that should be the same amount of spikes in his hair. This jut out a little bit more. I gotta give him the little highlights in his eyes. Actually, let's do this so that I could properly shape them. Different color as an example. So his hand will be over. The cuff will be kind of to his side. Worried about the lines of the foot. Gotta have these like distinguishable and clear and give the hair a little kissy face too, like sook. Oh. Doing good, Mr. Mosquito? Yeah, you. Maybe I should make the foot a little more slender. Supposed to be a little bit more of a feminine foot anyway. That'll help with the... I think they're tangent lines. So... try not to like get anything that goes in like, say, a corner. He does have fingers. I think it's one thumb and 2 giant fingers. Not gonna be true to his character design if I give him more than that, but... gotta think. It's coming out good so far, I think. I gotta get into the actual line art or something. I'll need to shape things a bit. I think the thumbs up should be reaching out a little bit more naturally. Instead of peeking out from behind the foot, just could be coming out from my side. The debate of do I give myself 5 fingers? Do I give myself 4 in classic cartoon sense? A little bit of inconsistency, I think, with how many fingers I usually give myself, but I try and always aim for 5. I got like the big stupid monster grabber set. It's very unruly and like are generally hard to make an outline for. The horns. I don't have a thumbnail for really like related stuff. I should probably like think Not quite sure if I want to like save this VOD and like add it to YouTube or whatever. There's always like people out there for some reason that want to watch people draw. So the subject matter for this is a little repulsive to, I would think, a lot of people. Not me. I don't want to center it. Something you have to learn about like drawing thumbnails and like putting in like titles and stuff. It's you gotta appropriately like space things out, and there's always readability, and then you always gotta be like considerate of the corners. Like here will be like, oh, have you recently watched this? And down here will be like however long the stream or like video is. So that always blocks out elements of the drawing. There's always like a lot to consider. Probably will shrink down the Mister Mosquito logo just a bit. Doesn't need to be as big as it is. I always forget. I think it's like always reverse. It's like shift is what allows me to keep it to the proper dimensions. Whereas with OBS, it's the reverse. Move it back over to where it was. God, I'm yeeking so hard right now. I'm gonna yeek. I think this is a pretty good layout that won't be like too... It won't be too blocked out by the UI elements, I guess I should call them. Then the background will be like basically the Tommy map. Go. Ah, got a nice Coca-Cola. Ah. Something else I should fix with the sketch real quick. To bring up the heel just a bit so that it doesn't connect right at the tip of his hair strand. Should hopefully readability. A little bit more fatter at the base. Hopefully Don't get really any tangent lines there, hopefully. It's probably gonna look weird when I get to doing the line art for the thumb. We'll see. I think that gonna look the best it's probably gonna look for now. Let's turn the line art layer down so I don't draw everything over the same layer. Usually the easiest fix imaginable is just turn down the opacity on your sketch layer and you won't ever have the issue of drawing on the wrong layer. Hey, Rice Baby Tran. My Twitch overlay, my chat overlay actually showing up on screen? I was looking over at my phone. I saw a message, but like the name was like, so I need to turn my on light mode right now, and I can't even like see some of the names. Oh yeah, it's a bit dark on the screen. Let me turn it up. Toes. Turn the opacity up, since this isn't really a visual stream that I like need to be clear. It's like I could make this stream look as ugly as humanly possible, and I don't care, because it's just an art stream. You're already looking at a bunch of like wasted space. A program UI. Yeah, I'm drawing my cursed Mister Mosquito thumbnail. I've actually been kind of excited to draw this because I've like been brewing over the ideas of like, all right, what stupid shit can I do? Darken the lines just a bit. I'll have that up there, so now people have proper context. Rename the layers, title, sketch, make a lines folder, make a colors. Then within that, I'll make 2 layers. Top colors. Bottom colors. Title. Monty Python foot. Right, I should probably separate some of the lines. So, foot lines, mosquito lines. Mosquito should be on top, but should be in the middle, and bottom So actually, when you're working with multiple layers, sometimes it's like kind of confusing, like what the hierarchy order should be. So I think Rick should be the foot should be like the most background element in this. All right, so let's work on the mosquito first. And since you guys are here, does my voice sound better? Does it sound different? Is it like how do I explain it? Does it sound like it sometimes cuts off the beginning of my sentences? I reactivated all those filters I disabled because after I installed this new software and am running it, I was like, okay, it might sound better. Seems all right. Okay. I still have to learn a lot with like the audio stuff. Everyone I've showed an example to and asked has said it sounds good so far. So I have to go by I can never trust myself, like if I think like, oh, this sounds good, it looks good. And also my mouth syncing should actually probably work a lot better now. VTube Studio has these features are like you can set it so that when your microphone picks up audio, that's when it sends out a signal to like kind of synchronize your mouth and open it and close it better. But sometimes due to technical difficulties, if I don't remember to check that option, sometimes the microphone won't even be working the way it should be working. And so I just have to go by webcam tracking. Alright, I got a little bit sidetracked. Maybe size 8 lines for Mosquito. First I should actually save. There we go. This is the boring part. Well, the entire stream is the boring part. I hyper zoom and I shape my lines. Get used to this. That Kirby game is actually coming out pretty soon. I think on the 17th. I definitely do want to get a thumbnail prep for that, so I can play that on launch day. And hopefully it doesn't go by one of those like shitty energy systems, or it's like, okay, wait 10 hours to get 10 stamina back so you can play again. Hopefully they just let you play as much as possible, and like all the little monetization features are just vanity shit. Everyone was calling that like, oh, it's Kirby and Fall Guys, and it's like, no, there's only 4 players. The rest are all AI controlled, and it's like, it's just Gourmet Race mixed with Kirby's Tilt and Tumble, so. And then it's got some elements from like the battle modes of Kirby's Air Ride as well. So it's not that Kirby is necessarily ripping off Fall Guys. But that's all people could really do nowadays is compare one thing to the other. There's like, I don't know if I could blame them, since there's a lot of indie games out there that are like obviously great value versions of already existing retro games. So a Zoomer picking something up for the first time is like, oh wow, this is exactly like Friday Night Funkin'. I could just do is like clutch your fist and like teeth. Just be like, it's exactly like Friday Night Funkin'. Wish more people would just learn how to use emulators and play retro games that way. And you just can't rely on the big companies to like release a lot of these games again. And a lot of them are defunct. A lot of them due to like the times that we live in are changing. A game like Mister Mosquito probably wouldn't be made now. And if it did get released, it'd probably be heavily censored. Not that there's anything really like all that sexy about the game. I mean, there's the bathtub. That's about it that I can remember. You're just playing as a bug sucking some blood. Like a voyeuristic, a voyeuristic angle to it, I suppose. The bath level, that is pure fan service. That developer did a lot of fan servicey games. They also made that one where you like a samurai woman with a cowboy hat and a American bikini, and you're just killing zombies. That is that's another one that like I guess comes up a lot and like people like remember was a thing. They go like, ooh. They treat it as if it was like actually a game that was made with a lot of effort and not just like a low quality shitpost kusoge kind of deal. Like I mentioned earlier, like all these games are a part of a budget series. And yeah, Friday Night Funkin' is like, I liked it when it came out. I still think it's got a cool style to it. They're still working on it after the whole Kickstarter thing. The hype for it kind of really died down, I suppose. Kept alive by like mods and stuff. But then like there's so many like different mods of like varying qualities that I don't know, are people even excited for like the actual game and characters anymore? Like what the actual devs like have planned for it? Or is it basically like a fan fiction game at this point where the fan fiction is gonna be it's gonna completely wash over what we get in the base game? Like the actual lore of the game or whatever is just like whatever. It's definitely a fascinating like fascinating situation with that game. I think the gameplay sucks. I fucking hate it. I wouldn't say expect a stream ever of Friday Night Funkin' from me. Because it's just not the kind of rhythm game that I'm into. I'm not gamer enough. Yeah, is the music in the rain sounds playing for you guys? Are the volume levels for that okay? Spotty and okay. I could probably turn it up for this stream. It's kind of something that's just supposed to be in the background, and, like, not as noticeable. It depends on, like, how much I have to talk about, I suppose. It always sucks, like, when there's a like, multiple streamers you want to watch streaming all at the same time. Streaming is such a oversaturated field now. Especially VTubing. I feel like I joined, like, right at the tail end of the whole hype of the whole VTubing thing, where now everyone's got a VTuber. People are kind of seeming to be a little bit more bored of VTubers now, I think. It's not that, like, it's growing out of fashion or anything. It's just more so the world is just kind of returning to normal. People are, like, not as much of a shut-in as they used to be due to the pandemic. So, and the fact everyone's fucking broke as shit right now. Everything's, like, costing 2 to 3 times the price that you would normally pay, so a lot of people are short for money. They gotta pick up extra jobs. Just find anything they can kind of do to survive. People's time is very valuable. Whatever happens with the whole streaming popularity, I think I'll still be here. I have no reason to really, like, quit or just, like, disappear. It's just nice and relaxing and a fun hobby to do. Gives me an excuse to revisit games I want to play. I get excited about the idea of just sharing it with anyone that wants to watch it. If you hear any weird noises, that's just my that hand dragging across my my tablet. I don't have one of those fancy artist gloves and never have. My tablet is a Intuos 3 and that thing is fucking, like, old as dirt at this point. I think that's, like, right before tablets became a lot more like sophisticated, but also they break easily. This fucking thing is like a beast. It has fucking worked perfectly fine for so many years. And my hand-eye coordination, I don't really necessarily need a screen to look at while I'm doing the lines. That would be cool to have. Those things are fucking expensive. And, like, you always want to make sure you get a good one. Usually really hard to, like, shop around for thrifty yet good. Because I'm a like firm believer of you get what you pay for. most of the time. Obviously, it doesn't like that. The price of a game doesn't equate to how good the game actually is. So there's always that $60 shovelware versus a first-party game made by the company that produces the console itself. You're obviously gonna get like very different experiences. And a lot of people like to think of games as like, oh, they're all the same. They're all made with the equal amounts of love and care and crafts. It's like, no. Not to be a Nintendo bootlicker, but their games are expertly made a lot of the time. They do justify the price tag, but still charging $60 for it like multiple years later. I think they could, you know, develop a better price modeling plan for dropping the price of stuff after it's outlived its shelf life. But then again, I'm not an expert businessman. I don't know how this shit works. They probably basically think of it as like, oh, well, while our newest console is out on the market, basically our titles are long lasting, like they're the reasons to own said console. So they'll just charge like top dollar for it. Figure like, oh, okay. You're getting a good experience that like time doesn't really affect. It's still gonna be a good game like 50 years from now, probably. Like, look at every other Nintendo game. They all age very gracefully. Most of them, at least. People will still be playing Mario Sunshine, Super Mario World, any Zelda game, long past its shelf life. They'll still be discussing it. They'll still be fighting over it. They'll still be looking forward to new games in the franchises. That's the interesting thing about Nintendo, honestly. They're in a position where they do put a lot of love and care into their products, despite what people say of it being like the same rehash over and over again. Wow, another Zelda game. It only took you guys like 7 years to make it. Meanwhile, Call of Duty, FIFA, low-effort sport games pumped out yearly. I've never understood people criticizing that. Oh, it's the same game, because Nintendo's a company. Like, I was thinking about this earlier today. They were complaining. Hey, wow, I just lost my I just lost my train of thought. I'm trying to remember what I was saying. Let me take a sip. Oh well, if it comes back, it comes back. I can't. I had a little brain malfunction. I want the pupils touching the lines over here, so I gotta move this out just a little. Just enough space so that whites of the eyes divided from the line art. A little bit more bean shaped. Then it's color down here. About to go back over it with this. Nice little crescent shape. And this last wing. So that's probably like the most complex thing about this done. The foot, which should probably be easy, maybe a little bit complex. We'll see. Go ahead and yeah. Not happy with this middle. Here we go. Do the foot lines next. I'll do a different color. This one. Let me hide that because it's kind of like obscuring my view a bit. Maybe a size 9 line would work best for this. I think I exhausted my brain on like topics to talk about already. Wonder what the thumbnail is looking like on Twitch right now. My internet probably cuts out at any point during the night. I'm sorry, because I've been noticing my internet's been going down a lot. I don't know if that has to do with like the weather. No, we kind of like have been more frequently getting blackouts where I live because energy crises, I guess, or just like severe heat is doing damage to the hardware. And these subtle little details right here to kind of some roundness and weight, I suppose. Down here needs to be a little more connected to the bottom. Shave this down just a little bit. Back to size 9 line. Get this down a bit. I have a very, very not so good like way art. Where I make flawed lines and then I go back and correct them and just kind of shape them. Okay, yeah, so you've been having like power outages where you live too? Power companies have kind of been like under a lot of shit lately because wildfires and stuff. That would make them like fix their infrastructure better, but nah. I don't care. Everyone needs power. Where else are they gonna get it? Oh, they got us by the balls and they don't got to do shit to improve their infrastructure. I think Dynamite Heady is gonna be one of those games I go back to a lot, and just like, so I'm gonna have some random days where I want to play Dynamite Heady again. I would like to get good enough at it that I could just beat it without any continues. Do the American version though. No, thank you. Not that gamer. Still don't know what they were thinking. All that, like, what they removed from the American version. There's probably some, like, people out there that'd be like, the game's better in the American version because it's actually a challenge. Yeah, the Japanese version is a challenge too. Just a lot more fair. Not as CBT as the American version. Eddie was a fun game. Sometimes I miss those like days where when you're a kid you don't have a whole lot of like variety in your game library. Well, I had a whole lot of variety because like me and my parents used to go to like flea markets and stuff, and I'd like always get like games for super cheap. And like even when like the PlayStation 1 and the Nintendo 64 was out, I was still playing my Genesis, my SNES, and my regular NES a lot. I wasn't one of these kids that goes, I don't want to play with you anymore, and just like throws out the quote-unquote outdated hardware. Like even as a kid, I kind of understood like these experiences, like regardless of platform, are kind of timeless and nice. So Dynamite Heady was something I played a lot, even when it was considered outdated. Then you look at shit now and like, yeah, it's like always in the Sega collections. It's brought to Nintendo Switch Online. It's just such a solid game that like, yeah. People won't let it die, and I'm happy. I just wish Treasure's other games were as fortunate, where they would get ported to more and more platforms and like kind of kept alive through services. But I think there might be some like copyright issues with obviously McDonald's Treasure Land Adventure is a nightmare one. And then something like Mischief Makers, I believe, would now be owned by Square Enix, since Enix was the one that funded Mischief Makers back before the whole merger between them and Squaresoft. So I don't think they'd have interest in bringing that game back to any degree. And with the whole Geno thing and like Smash Bros and copyright, Square Enix is like really, they have a tight grip on what they own. They're very stingy like with what other people do with it. So even if Treasure wanted to get the rights to the game and like redistribute it them themselves, Enix, part of Square Enix, would probably be like, nah, you don't get to, this is our game. We're gonna sit on it. We're not gonna do shit with it. Like, alright, that's cool. By the way, how's your other flops coming along? A fucking shitty looking, like, what is it called? Forspoken game? Yep, that's me, alright. How did I get here? Is that a dragon? Fucking, I hope that game is a massive failure. It looks like shit. The comedy looks awful. That's comedy in quotation marks. It's like Square Enix is like, wow, let's take everything that makes Marvel movies work and put it into a fucking game. That's the foot done. Save. Now I could work on drawing my stupid little self. We're gonna use a dark purple line for this, because I'm more in the background. I think I'll go with the size. 5 looks good. Not someone that could draw with a lot of pressure sensitivity, so I have to like manually adjust my lines, because I'm just like hold down pretty hard when I put pen to paper, because I've always just found like thick lines, like thick and smooth lines, most appealing to me, I guess. People say it looks like a Flash cartoon. I mean, I guess. Given my VTuber model, I guess, kind of, yeah. I'm talking to a bracelet? Whoa. Fucking game looks so... I'm so happy everyone is, like, making these, like, memes making fun of how bad that trailer was. One, like, made a fucking Undertale one. And it just goes to show, like, if Undertale used marketing like that, like, unironically, everyone would fucking hate it. It would be so bad. Not sure I'm liking how that thing looks. I think that'll be nicer. That way the straw has some room to have its own line art. I'm feeling pretty decent. I haven't eaten anything. I had trouble sleeping last night after I was like, all right, 3 a.m. I got work this morning, so I'm gonna try and get an hour or so of sleep. I just laid in bed until work. Then I just left the house early. Went out, got some breakfast burritos before work, sat in my car and ate it. I've been finding myself doing that more often. My brain has been a little bit more active than usual. I have a lot more to think about now. Not as much time to really like relax and turn my brain off because I'm just excited about like I get to do this now. I get to play this now. I get to all this stuff I've always wanted to do. To draw more, I gotta do this and that. Still need to go back on Final Fantasy XIV and get a summer event for some of my alt characters. I think I'll do that after the stream tonight, maybe. Depending on how long it lasts. It's already 10:36. I might finish this, maybe. I don't know if I'll have time for, like, anything else. But if I do, I'll try and at least sketch out something Kirby related. Well, art streams will... One moment. Art streams will probably be something I do pretty often, too. Can't always throw out gaming streams, I guess. It's nice to have variety. Lets my mind wander a bit more, and I find myself having a little bit more to talk about. And when I forget, or like have nothing to talk about, my brain suddenly thinks of something. Got stuck on that grind. Lets me tune out to music too. I'm so behind on a lot of the YouTube channels that I watch too. Wonder what Oni and gang are up to. Wonder if they finished Sonic Heroes yet. I don't want the Corey episodes to end. I love when they have Corey on. He's fucking like, he's so entertaining. I think if you're naturally just born a Sonic fan, you're a very entertaining person, and you have a very, very weird way of talking and thinking. I mean, look at me. I am a Sonic fan too. I am fucking weird. Not a furry. I was raised on Sonic and Pokemon, and I somehow came out a normal person. Well, as normal as you could kind of get, I suppose. Parts of me that are weird. Considering what I'm drawing like right now, too. The House of Beck. What is this House of Beck? Remind me? Liking how fat this line is. Look, oh shit. Line's looking a little bit too chunky, but like also not rounded enough. Oh. Stupid Cory anime thing. So funny because you could tell like Zach and Oni probably don't really watch any anime at all. Just a weird juxtaposition of like Cory bringing up anime and shit. It's just like fucking funny because like he's name dropping a lot of shit that like you would never hear otherwise on Oni Plays, and they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? That sounds stupid. And he's trying his hardest to sound like a sane person, which is difficult for Cory because everything he says and that comes out of his mouth makes him sound fucking insane half the time. Like, what I like about the Sonic Heroes playthrough is Cory is actually like the straight man for the most part. Oh, like Chris and Zach are like the fucking crazy ones for once. Like, maybe I should feel bad about myself that I actually know like about some of the things Cory is actually discussing and like the validity behind them, and he's not just like misremembering things or being completely like insane. Maybe one day I will be as funny as they are on stream. Maybe. And I won't be, ever. And speaking of the Cruel King, the great hero, I actually haven't played any of the post-game and like done anything after beating it. Keep wanting to go back and do it though. Turns out like there's a special like cutscene. Not necessarily a cutscene, but once you beat the final boss with 100%, you actually get to go to that little star festival that a lot of the NPCs are mentioning and having to prep for. And you just get like nice little dialogue to close out the game with, where you talk to all the villagers that you got to know, and like one final time get to enjoy the little celebration. It's like got some really nice colors and a nighttime theme. And I think pretty much you just go back into the Shadow Fountain and refight all the Shadow versions of your teammates and the Dragon King. Get their ultimate weapons or armors. And I think they're like much more difficult this time around. But you also have a partner. You're not completely alone. I've been thinking like, what would be a good game to play in November? And kind of like Napple Tales, like feeling like that would be like a very Thanksgiving. I've never actually played it, but like, it seems like it would fit properly for the theme of November. It's just a game all about seasons, and it has like a very nice soundtrack. This is like one of the songs from it. It just kind of makes me think of Over the Garden Wall in a way. If wall. I thought about making the straw a Chris Chan straw. But like right now with like everything that's happened, I guess it's not really a good idea to like really reference a lot of Chris Chan stuff anymore. To the tragedy that has become Chris Chan's life. It's like I always found that drawing funny where it's it's Chris at a table with like a giant red straw coming out of a drink that's almost like the size of the lid itself. I guess after people like pointed it out and like made a meme out of it, he had went back and like tried to like fix the straw and it looked even goofier. Yeah, the artist does make good shit. It's a soundtrack or whatever had multiple releases on like greatest Sega music CDs and stuff. The album art for the OSTs are like, they're funny because they're like little crude doodles. It's cute. Mister Mosquito back up. I forgot that I had it down. Size 5 line. No, I'm still on the foot layer. There we go. The shape of the horns are always changing, sadly. I'm like never consistent with those. Shaping horns is like a very difficult thing if you like want to stay consistent. As long as it gets like the general dumb idea, I'm usually fine with it. It doesn't need to like be 100% accurate. Let me do a quick save. Go. Being a little bit slow. Been putting a lot of effort into this one for some reason. I think I mentioned I am slow when I draw. And I draw like a fucking caveman too. I use outdated shitty programs no one likes using anymore. Everyone wants to use like Clip Studio Paint now. I have Clip Studio Paint. I don't know, sensory overload with like a lot of like fucking Photoshop and Clip Studios. Like I like Sight because it's just simple. Throw up a blank canvas and just draw. Yeah, sure, it's very limited in what it can do, but it works for me. Everything I do is created in a stupid drawing program. Works best for my shitty style too. Around this eye. I'm forgetting the name of this game. I think it's Snake Pass. I think this is a David Weiss, I think his name is, track, where like the composer for the original Donkey Kong games. He does good stuff. Second thought, I'm not liking the way this horn looks. What can I do? Maybe it's just the tip needs it thinned out. Kind of like skinny on top, fat on the bottom. They jut out just a bit before they curve back in. At the rate I can go with these thumbnails, I could probably just like fucking stream every day at this point. Unless I have someone else to watch on Twitch, then I might just like do them in private. I usually have other people I want to watch too. Might be a time where I just have to become a complete hermit and not really like, I have to close off like everyone else and what they're doing. Just focus on myself for my own sanity. See all the cool shit everyone else does and I'm like, oh man, I can't hold a candle to this. Simplify the swirls on this one. One go the other way. Make the outside sharp. Draw. Try not to forget that I have a nice can of Coke behind. Nothing worse than like cracking open a cold one, then you forget it's there and like it's still like half full. And you're like, oh shit, it went completely flat. Seeing things about the foot right here that are bothering. Smoothed out just a And Bomberman is such a crazy series to me. Not very well documented either. Apparently there's like some dude on YouTube that like made a 9-hour documentary about every single Bomberman game and just discussion of Bomberman. It's like, holy shit. I want to watch all of this. I love shit like that. Probably the longest video game documentary ever. People like meme about, oh yeah, 3-hour documentary about a video game I never heard of. Well, times 3 and you get the fucking Bomberman one. Maybe a line right here to sig. Maybe not. I could end up looking like a dick. Should maybe do a little curve under the just to imply some shape here. Not liking how that looks either. Maybe the colors will improve it. Mm-hmm. Need to round out this eye just a little bit. Let's bring this to the foreground. Sample the color a bit. Adjustments. I don't like using the fill tool, these programs. There's something about doing the coloring strokes myself that I like. Watching me color must be the most infuriating thing for some people. And it's nice when you do it manually as well, because then you notice little errors, and then easier to go back and for me to like fix them and shape them properly. Helps train your eye to go to the areas where your strokes are going, and then like you also notice a lot of little small errors. Right here, that. In time, I probably need to figure out how to like do one of those things or it pinpoints where your cursor is. Let's make a folder for each individual piece. Top, bottom, colors, Mosquito, colors, Rickubus. Stretch. Mr. Mosquito is in the foreground, so he takes top priority for everything. Let's bring up his little reference. I'll move it. He's got like a... I'm gonna go with this like orange color that I like using. Priority, I think I will put orange as the bottom. And for the top, we'll go ahead. It's a little bit of a bluish white. Oh, and I see an error I need to fix on the foot. So let's go back to the eye over here. Fill it in real quick. The other one as well. Foot layer. That in. Good thing I moved it over there, otherwise I probably would have missed that. Not that it would have mattered. It is a thumbnail, so people are not supposed to really be seeing it at full size. But I would like to post a full size eventually, like as just art pieces somewhere. And now that the eyes take priority in that layer, I could just messily do this. Up. So these will be kind of a metallic. And it is more in the orange area. So it's like more brown and orange. So we'll do a brownish. We'll see what a brownish metal color looks like. I think that looks good. The line art color will be adjusted. They aren't final. I always find ways to like make it look as nice and smooth as and soft as possible. This is more of a brownish black. This on the top layer. Back to the bottom layer. More of a yellowish, orangish, yellow, kind of like skin. I do like the sample colors and like make adjustments as I see fit. Like, oh, this probably works better. I think I could probably go a little bit more darker and lighter. Yeah, it's much more soft, nice look. Hair, just lighten it up a bit. I'll create an extra layer, bottom layer. I'll rename this one to middle layer. Now, priority. Average artist would have just used fill tool and already have been like done with the piece of art, but no, not me, I'm an idiot. I gotta do everything like a caveman. Something right here that needs to be smoothed out just a bit. Let's sample this blue a little bit more light and give his eyeballs some shading. Got the opacity locked. A little bit more darker. More of like a brass color. always struggle when I make like super sharp ends. Let's go ahead and do some color adjustments to the line art. So I think the eyes might be fine to stay as the color that's currently. It's like the... Yeah, hey Picky. Mister Mosquito. Taking inspiration from your thumbnail art. As I was saying, like the blue and orange, like it's tried and true. You see it on like every movie poster, contrasting the colors, so it kind of works. This I could probably actually just make pure black because it's already a very dark color. And this I can adjust maybe a little bit darker. There we go. The perfect jack-o'-lantern colors right here. Is the volume for the music like alright, or do you think it could be a little bit more louder? I've been trying to like be as chatty and talkative as possible, so I don't want it like too loud and overpowering. I want it to kind of like be a little bit background and relax with the rain sounds. Okay. I think I could probably keep the wings as this blue outline, as well as the hair. I like this neon green kind of glow around pure white. Areas of the toe I didn't color in. I'm gonna add some shading to this. I could probably like this. It's a very round character, so he kind of like benefits from some shading. Dark back here. Let's see, like a little watercolor right here, maybe. I'll leave it for now and kind of see how I feel about it once I get a little bit more of this worked out. It's always hard to tell with like mixing colors and doing watercolor stuff. Like, kind of gotta see how it contrasts with the rest of the piece so that one part doesn't stick out too much. Bright colors could really benefit. have very bad strokes when it comes to mixing colors, so you could tell like there's a I'm not being the best at it. Do it to the eyes too and give them more of a rounded appearance. But sometimes I do like the very solid color definition. I'll just remove that for now. Let's give his hand. Yeah, it looks much better. I can fix this. Let's give him some green wings. And clean up the hair a little bit. Well, it is the bottom layer. I could just like paint over it. Use the middle. And the hair is on the very bottom layer, so I gotta be careful with that. It's always a crazy balance of like not making too many layers, but having enough layers that like you could easily do things at a fast rate without getting too jumbled up. I'm just coloring over it with the same color. I need to actually use an eraser. That's something that trips me up a lot in my art is sometimes I get a little bit messy, even though I try and be as clean as possible so that I make less issues for myself if I need to go back and edit things. A lot of my background work, that's usually issue too, is like sometimes I have to bleed the colors in different layers so that they kind of like meet and it looks like they're fine even though they're on completely separate layers. And it becomes a lot of layer issues. Because if I have to draw an object that's never going to be seen behind something, I kind of ignore it. Cause like, yeah, it's never gonna be seen, but then I'm like, but it's probably useful to just have it anyways. If that makes any sense. Hide the title. Yeah, the stream is basically just in me kind of like shitting and talking to myself for the most part. As I display the methods of my madness. Comfy to the right person. Infuriating to most. Because I am not the fastest artist. I do things that would be easily done with the right tools and better programs in minutes or seconds. No, okay, yeah, I'm noticing like there's areas. So a trick I like to employ for now, create another layer. So use a very saturated color that is an eyesore to deal with, and then you notice all the flaws and little things that you need to fix. Where yeah, see my error right there. Nice to me, it's a good foot. A little bit of a different setup, so sorry if I'm like delayed to reading any of the messages. I'm constantly looking over at my phone. I should have it somewhere more in front of my face so I can see activity in the chat. Let me... Got this weird dongle thing that kind of like clips onto my desk and I can move the arm around. My phone falls though. Don't be surprised by a big loud thud. It fucking sucks. Phone almost just fell. And anyone. Sucks, I need to get a new one. Shit. Everything's falling down because I'm trying to adjust this. Didn't expect like much people to really pop in tonight for an art stream. Need a better phone. If I see anything that might be useful, I have to buy it. You know what? Fuck the arm. I'm just gonna set my phone down on my desk and hope it doesn't vibrate and cause feedback on the microphone. God damn it. My setup is so scuffed. And I won't rotate. Sometimes I wish the chargers for phones were on top of the phones and not the bottom. And my phone's charged and I don't even have to charge it. I should probably make the line art not purple for the foot. So, be more of a eraser. Yeah, I can hide this layer for now, so I can see what more it would. How it's gonna contrast more with the Tommy mat that I eventually have to kind of mess around with and experiment. They did pick a good foot for the cover of the game. They probably just hired some Japanese model and like told her like, yeah, we just need to like get a picture of your foot. So I could Photoshop a mosquito on top of it. Need to go a bit more lighter with this color. Yeah, if my model does anything weird with its mouth, it's probably because I'm like picking at my lips or like putting my mouth, my hand up to my mouth. And to like do that a lot and get bored when I draw and like pick at my face. I gotta learn not to do that because that's bad. I think the more skin tone color works better. They're not painted nails. What's today? Today's Thursday. I was gonna crack a joke like, it's Friday night, motherfuckers. What you doing? I'm drawing toes. Drawing toes on a Thursday night. Not as exciting. This is a Silent Hill song, which I believe is from The Room. Kinda get the soundtracks of Silent Hill a bit blended up, though. I think this is 4. 4 had, like, a little bit more of a different musical direction than the other ones. Eating. Drinking. Yeah, I was gonna stream tonight, so I went to the Dollar Tree after, got myself a nice big can of Coca-Cola. and a Mountain Dew Voltage, which is the blue one. I used to be like really big into the what's it called? The red one. Forgot what the red one's called. I used to hate Voltage, and now like I tried it again a couple months back. I'm like, you know what? I think I actually like this one more than Code Red now. Didn't really have any snacks for me to buy though. Kind of feel pretzeled out. I don't trust a lot of the other like smaller snacks that they got. Cause like their portions have been really shrinking at the Dollar Tree. It's like a funky on a Friday night. Anytime I have like a few days off in a row or whatever, I like to go to the Dollar Tree and get like a bunch of snacks. That's a pretty good color for the toenails, I think. I'll go on the very tips and like add some more white, I suppose. Game I do want to play on stream eventually is Digimon World for the PS1, but that game's also fucking like notoriously a pain in the ass to play and like cryptic as hell. Even when you're trying to follow the most like accurate guides possible, the game still like really defies like common sense and really throws you for a loop sometimes. Trying to get the perfect Digimon, and then like by the time you get it, like you have very limited time to do anything with it, and it ends up dying. I wonder. Move that. Let's go to the line art and do this instead and see how it contrasts. Hard to tell. Is that if that looks even like better than just doing it and like leaving the darker outline around it? I'll do this as like an example. No, I think the darker outline around it probably looks better than changing the line art color itself. So we'll just stick with that. All they have to do to make a good Digimon game is just try and recreate the original Digimon world. Like, keep out all the, like, super anime stuff. Just kind of, like, make it more focused around Digimon. But I guess people like Digimon for the anime stuff more. I feel like when it's more of a mysterious environment, that's, like... I like that more, honestly. You know what? For the footline art, it's... a bit darker than that. Maybe this color works better. Be just kind of like a rosy tint to put on the cover. Let me open another one of my thumbnails. I tend to like sample to keep the colors consistent. Even though I have them all in like my little sidebar, I catch myself losing track often. Let's use the banjo one. So I'll turn this back on so I could kind of see where I'm not getting the full color that I need. I'm already thinking back to like how awful the Banjo-Kazooie stream was, and I'm like, man, I kind of screwed up on that one. Sound like shit, so many technical difficulties. And then I didn't do things pro gamer style. I used save states because I'm just like, Rusty Bucket Base sucks so bad, and I was afraid of like having a power outage again. You have to like get everything in one go, otherwise like you screw yourself over in the Nintendo 64 version. I would have did it like the normal way had it just been like the Xbox re-release. Oh. Yeah. Steaks and tobaccos. This is where the layering gets a bit tricky. Since I have myself on top priority, but I also have elements that go above the foot. I have to make some adjustments when we get here. Mainly erase the line art right here, which I hate to do. That's always pure black. I'm gonna put the pure black on the bottom. Bottom into middle. Let's erase the foot colors here. Some Killer 7 music. Let's get the hair. The top will be the eyes, so the hair's best left towards the middle. Then there's also... do this. We'll move the skin down to the bottom layer. Oh. Having a brain lapse right now. Like, wait a second. Be easier if I just made another layer and like carefully color. I gotta do everything the hard way. It's top, so it'll take... I've already screwed up the logic, I think. Yeah, so rename middle top, this middle, because I screwed up already. Let's reverse it. Mm. 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 Stakes into miracles. I'm noticing the line art on the chin is a little balanced, so let's add a little bit more thickness to there. And I should actually change the lines to... Not feeling the lines so much though. Or the eyes, rather. Save. Because I haven't burned through my entire playlist yet for relaxing casual music. For the illusion of right here, I'm just gonna make these lines the same color as the foot. Hides the lines, but they're still there. Now to space out the horns so that they have colors. I will use the top layer for the horns. To make it and make it red though. I guess that works because it you are basically sucking blood as a mosquito. Still, it's like that a little bit too gross. Need to imply that it's a sippy straw. And straws are usually red anyways. Erase the foot colors here. Now to adjust the colors of the straw. Opacity. Too dark. I mean, too bright. Gotta be just dark enough that it contrasts well with the filler color. And I have to color the copy of the foot lines, and like it's actually puncturing the skin somewhat. Soften it. Blurp. Alright, so we'll revisit Mosquito for these right here. We will turn these orange. Add some I could put that off color away now. Everything's ow, shit. I just banged my knee. Everything is where it should be. Now noticing the thumb on. This be a little bit more fatter. Curve this and I'll make it just a little bit more sharp. Near the top, then bottom. Fashion. Back. And kinda looks better. It's still a little weirdly shaped, but it'll have to do. This is really good color for like the base to Tommy design. Apply a texture. Let's see what I got. Need to make it like I don't know if I want to go through all the effort to like make it all the little tiny threads. This texture is not looking so good. Oh. Definitely not that one. Oh. You turn down texture just a bit, so that's a subtle. That's kind of a good one. Oh, I gotta smooth it out a bit. Probably have to add like a little bit of shading around the foot. Wonder when they're gonna like bring Kirby and Switch, if they ever plan on bringing that to the Switch. One of the only games that's still exclusive to the Wii U. Still exclusive to the Wii U. Now I'm not liking the stripes. Let's take it off. Let's adjust the hue a bit. Oh, you got the tatami texture. Okay. I guess I could do that. I don't want to like go through the hassle of like installing new textures into Psy stream. Just have like a bunch of presets I like. If I don't have anything that really matches, then I like improvise or whatever. The foot definitely needs like some shading around it. We'll get slightly darker color. See if it looks decent with the watercolor before I it is in the spirit of the box. Ring, title. Let's take it back down to 25 on opacity. Soften up the watercolors just. Hey, Mechanicat. Sorry for the cursed thumbnail. Darken it a bit. Just a little bit better. When it comes to solids, I'm pretty okay, but like when it comes to like watercolor stuff, that's where I struggle with color theory and stuff. Hey, calling this cute. It's cursed. Only weirdos like this stuff. Well, the foot's looking pretty flat, so I gotta add some keep the nails a middle layer for the foot. Bottom. Top. Little bit of a blush color, I suppose. I had the title again. Shading can add some proper weight to the foot that it's, otherwise it's like a little bit too flat. Should be the most detailed thing in the drawing, honestly. Some proper brownness to them as well if it has the shading, which is good. Weight and dimension. Those. Maybe I should archive the stream on YouTube. I feel like it's not as bad, but it's probably not that interesting. Maybe you should use like this and round them, kind of like that. Actually, like looks pretty good. It'd be interesting to see what music also gets claimed. If any of it gets claimed. Maybe for now, just make it a highlight on my channel. Maybe I've made the toes a little bit too long. It's always hard drawing feet. There's like a perfect balance you kind of gotta get in. Sometimes there's like putting too little detail or putting too much detail into it. This reminds me of like on DeviantArt, like when you look at the weird foot fetish art, it's like super crinkly, like cartoon feet. And it's so jarring to look because the character in the background doesn't even match up the level of detail in the feet. Those things are like always funny to look at. My favorite style of bad foot fetish art is it's just so fucking ridiculous. I wouldn't say I draw them a lot, but I definitely do have experience drawing them. I have to reveal my degeneracies. Yes, this is something I like. Pretty soon I'll be living out my fantasy of being a bug and sucking some toes. I actually play Mr. Mosquito. It says soda straw. No. And what was his eye? Let's go ahead and make his irises. Irises black. Nice, save real quick. I'm drawing. I tend to like jump around from place to place because then I notice like, oh, this needs some balancing. Never tend to like focus on one thing all the way to completion and then jump on to the next thing. It's a mixture of like making sure everything looks very proper and fits in properly. Actually, the gears on the hat, instead of making those pure black, I will make those contrast with his needle mouth. And for the colors on that, since they are gears, we'll go ahead and make on the top there center parts have the indents as the darkened color. There we go. And one thing I realize I need to do is also make adjustments to the head visor or bandana or whatever this robotic piece is. That way the eyes and the hair are the only thing that have the blue outlines still. You know, I could just use this for the thumbnail for the stream. I just have to create a little graphic that says, the drawing of, or something that just says art stream, maybe. Oh, and yeah, this is an old PS2 game. Oh. Actually, I think the yellow works better in his eyes. I've played this game before. I don't think I ever actually got to own a copy of it, though. I think it goes for a lot now because the retro market has basically been destroyed by people looking to make a profit. There's like affordable retro games, and then there's like Just people trying to fucking dick you over it. Like, this is like a fucking $20 budget PS2 game. I don't know how much copies of it they printed, but something tells me it wasn't like anything like too crazy. But like, they did have a habit of like overproducing a lot of games, even though they wouldn't sell. Add some extra detail. Why not? A little bit too smooth. The whole concept is to like make it as a little bit as more jarring to the cartoony characters, even though it's like my style. It still looks cartoony. It should be like the most detailed and kind of like stick out a little bit more compared to everything else. Get a well-drawn foot. Heck. Big toes are always like the weird. Mogus. Sus. 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 Something else I could do to like kind of add a little bit more weight. It's see. Could darken it where the shadows would be. That it contrasts better. They'll never allow me to draw feet. I'll just like go fucking crazy with like how nice I can make them look. Probably take a break soon too. I've been streaming for 3 hours. Feels like it's been more than that. I could do right here since it's a little. Probably one of my favorite Mario RPG songs. Just make that one darker just because I... around just right. Hmm. And this might take a while if I do this, but it might actually look really good if I do it, so. Let's not care about how perfect these lines are, they just need to exist. Chicken scratch logic. You just add a bunch of them, it might just, good. And the color shouldn't be like contrasting badly with anything else since it's at half opacity. I'd be so upset if like YouTube is like, no, you can't use this thumbnail. This has been reported for being too sexual. But yeah. I can't sing, but I like to hum along with songs. Having my lines curving. Need to learn an instrument that's like not drums. need a automaton just to have it fuck around, like when a song comes up that I like. I fail to attempt to play it along with the song. I think a copy of like Neverhood should be on archive.org. I don't even know if they sell it on Steam. It's like considered abandonware now. Worried that one might take a little bit more setup to get working. If I might have to like run like digital PC box or whatever. Like older PC games are like gas to get running. Automaton. Really like how this one has come out so far. I see some shading that I need. And doing that, I just lost the colors. I'll adjust the opacity once I'm done doing the lines for this. It's just evolved into me making mouth noises to music. Oh yeah, that Shin-Chan game came out today. I have to see what people think of it, if anyone's even talking about it. So are the opacity of this too. 60. Around 50, I think, looks the best. Horizontal lines, like maybe. Horizontal ones are a little more obvious. That's half-assed. Hopefully Mr. Mosquito is like at least like a 2 or a 3-part stream. It'd be a damn shame if like I beat it all in a single sitting, but that could very well be a possibility with how I am when it just comes to fucking playing games. I get so into them that I forget to get up and go pee or like eat. Yeah. I don't play so many games, so many games. Probably add some shadows around my hand. This song is so fucking good. Shadow straw. Maybe like a hand is going above the foot. And before I forget, I do have to add these. So I think I'll mimic the colors of my outlines and just make them white on the side. Looks best. Outline. I don't like how this one is looking, so I will give it just a smidge. Under this one. It just hits me how fucking stupid this is. I think I did a good job capturing exactly what I wanted it to be. Picks up the hand. Not as you can look a little bit more thinner. Gotta adjust. Levels. Better tool, I don't know what it is. I was wondering if you were still there, and if you heard this, I know you're probably gonna like say something picky. You hear Dot Hack, you come running. One day I'll stream those games too, but I am holding out for a remaster for them, because as much as I would like to play the complete originals, I think that series is handled by people that are passionate about it and don't want it to be like ruined by like the typical remaster flaws. Is it CyberConnect 2 is like really passionate about what they do? I didn't have Oh, okay, you're drawing too for a thumbnail. What's the thumbnail for again? Or is it something down the pipeline? Oh wait, I think I know exactly what thumbnail you're probably working on. Oh, VCAT, okay. That would have been funny if we were both working on Mister Mosquito related thumbnails. Oh, when I was looking up the Japanese box art and stuff, here, let me pull it up real quick. Thought the Japanese version of the disc was really cute, because it's one of those mosquito repellents. It's like, this is amazing graphic design right here. Such a simple concept. It's so cool how they did this. I'm easily impressed, I guess. I was looking at like the different box art as well. The American version of the disc is just pretty this. Fresh games. Published by Eidos. Then in Europe they call him Mister Mosquito. Actually, I'll have to play Mister Mosquito too. I don't think the game is gonna like really require you to understand Japanese to play it. But I'll see how like your streams go, Picky. It's just a simple game of like suck blood. I can't like rely too much on text. Maybe some menu work, but that's about it. If I don't know how to save the game, there's like, you know, save states to kind of help with that. There might be a plot. Oh, I actually want to show off like a funny commercial. Let me add a video source real quick. And I have to find it in my folder. Mister...
間抜けなやつだ。僕なら今のは買わせる。僕なら？僕は蚊だから。そう。じゃあ来てごらん。ほれ。この夏蚊になる蚊。卑怯だ。プレイステーション。あ、蚊。間抜けなやつだ。僕なら今のは買わせる。僕なら？僕は蚊だから。そう。じゃあ来てごらん。ほれ。この夏蚊になる蚊。卑怯だ。
Sorry about that.
あ、蚊。間抜けなやつだ。僕なら今のは買わせる。僕なら？僕は蚊だから。
Only piece of Mister Mosquito media I could really find.
この夏蚊になる蚊。
There's like a Tsunami review of it too. I don't know if that'll get content claimed if I show that on stream though. So much for a relaxing stream. Someone's gonna get Mister Mosquito jump scared. Difficult to show things on the fly and keep in mind the whole audio balancing aspect of it. I'm looking for things to improve on this. I think maybe let's bring up the reference on Mister Mosquito again. He does have anime hair. Like maybe adding some extra blue contrast. Blah. I wasn't hearing how loud the audio was on my end. Unfortunately with the OBS, like when I use the VLC thing, it shaves off the first few seconds in ending of a video if I am monitoring the audio. But if I am not monitoring the audio, downside is I can't hear it, but you get to hear the full duration without any of like the audio being cut out. I try and keep that for like the television screens when I have those up. It sucks because I do like listening to them as well. But until OBS like really does something to fix that, I don't think there's anything that could be done on my end. I've looked it up and it's a known issue. I was just happy I found a fix for it, and even if that fix was like, oh, just don't monitor it, and it's fine. Comes through perfectly fine on the viewer's end. I want to add like shading more to like Mister Mosquito himself, but Need a foot to kind of like be the thing that stands out the most, but this is all pretty wacky and it like all really kind of just stands out like a sore thumb. Maybe I could add a little bit of dark to him. Just a little. Ah, not there. I think that about wraps it up for this thumbnail. I think the title placement is kind of perfect for how everything else is laid down. You don't really need to see the heel too much, and you get like a pretty good view of Mr. Mosquito himself. And then me in the top left corner, in true Mr. Mosquito box art fashion. Let me delete the reference layers now. Clean up the file just a bit. I'm one of those weirdos that like keeps everything. Okay, so go back to where I have one thing I don't like about Psy though is like how the fucking my bookmarks break too. I can't like just go to the folder for some reason that I like to normally save all my stuff in. I put a lot of soul into this one. Ah, Terrytown. What up? There you go. The finished product. There's probably like things I could do to spruce it up. I'll make any like micro adjustments off screen, I think. I'm now looking at the hand shadow. I'm a little bit bothered by it. I think it'd be time to like maybe move on and like at least like maybe get a sketch for the new Kirby game coming out. I do still need to set up the PlayStation 2 as well, and make sure things actually run okay. That always like gives me a bunch of like anxiety and like setting up things and like, uh-oh, I hope no technical difficulties like such as the console exploding on stream happens. Never fun to deal with misting textures either and then things not looking right. Here's the drunk horns in the song now. I have a little bit of Coke left. I have no Coke left. Alright. Let's go ahead and close these out for now. And I'm going to go on a bit of a BRB and see how I feel coming back when I come back, because I do need a little snack. Maybe I'll grab some candy I got at the Dollar Tree. I think I got some more drawing in me, or if I maybe should keep it Mister Mosquito focused. We'll see. I'm gonna throw you into the BRB stream.
Judgment!
Ce soir je rêve
場を駆け抜けていったのは誰でしょう。答えはお近くのお店にあるよ。
ソニック・ザ・ヘッジホッグ2メガドライブから。
ここで最先端のハイテクカメラを駆使したソニック2の CM 撮影現場を特別公開。
ゲームの世界を見事に映像化したこの CM、 君はもう見たかな。
ゲームボーイアドバンス。
わ、岩だ。せーの。どこだ。どこで。どこで。嫌だ。うん、敵だ。やっつけろ。おお、鍵だ。あれ。強力抜け駆けなんで回りだ。やった、俺のだ。ずるい。
戦い方は君次第。4人でワイワイ大冒険。4つの剣、そして神々のトライフォースも。2つの伝説が1本に。ゼルダの伝説、神々のトライフォース &4 つの剣。
スーパーマリオボブルボブルメガメンスピーディー忍者ショブリ신나고재미있는현대칸 컴보이 따뜻한 마리오 드래곤 퀘스트 닌텐도 월드컵 젤다의 전설 우리를 기분을 잘 안다 마음에 쏙 드는 친구 신비의 나라 꿈의 궁전으로 신나는 놀이 재미있어 콤보이한테 못한다니까 신나고 재미있는 전대 콤보이
主人公というユニークなアクションゲーム、それがダイナマイトヘッディだ。ヘッディの武器はその取れた頭。敵にダメージを与えることはもちろん、時には物に捕まったり仕掛けを動かしたりもできる。ステージ数は全部で6つ。各ステージに用意されたユニークな仕掛けをクリアしてボスキャラを倒せばステージクリアだ。離れた頭でぶっ飛ばせ。ユニークなヒーローヘッディが大活躍するゲームギア版ダイナマイトヘッディは3800円で8月5日発売予定です。
ご覧の提供でお送りいたします。エルディブラックリンガーオン楽しく行こうよ。エルディブラックリンガーオンみんなで行こう。お兄さんもお姉さんもお母さんもお父さんも色の音符で楽しい演奏ができます。暗くなると光るブラックが美しい任天堂の LD ブラックリンガー。
藤原先生いただき
こんな楽しいゲームができるのは 64DD ランドネットだけ。新作ソフトも続々。 64DD ランドネットただいま会員募集中。急げ。
Okay, thank you for letting me know. I forgot to unmute myself. I accidentally unmuted the TV. I was just saying, I went into the kitchen. Saw that I had some sugar cookies and helped myself. Then, some Twizzlers I bought at the Dollar Tree earlier today. So, already making bad decisions, gonna suffer from a sugar crash. Hey, it's a tasty sugar crash. I'm like thinking, like, do I want to continue drawing or do I maybe want to call it here? I think I can maybe get like a sketch done for the next thumbnail. So I have like a... The next one's gonna be Kirby, so it's not gonna be too complex or anything. I just want to draw a really fat, obese Kirby. I'm just looking up some references right now. Pairing Sai. Just see if game logo even exists for transparency reasons yet. No. I might have to make a version of it for myself because I am not finding any transparent logos yet. Let me get a save down. Kirby's thumbnail. Just about ready. Okay, so I probably won't do this one until the end. It's already 1 AM, so I should... Stream has been going for 4 hours, so maybe 1 more hour of streaming will be fine. I need to go out and get something to eat once more, cause Tom. He's gonna be like morbidly obese. Is everything fine on this screen? Everything seems to be in order. Like I'm forgetting to do something. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna shuffle the playlist because it reset back at the start. There we go. It'll be a very easy, simple thumbnail, I'm thinking. I just gotta draw fat rolls on Kirby. That wacky gamer who no one's ever drawn Kirby morbidly obese before because he eats a bunch of stuff. Again, big flappy like man titties. Should that be Twitch TOS? Banned for drawing Kirby nipples. Oh. I gotta resist the urge to make gross fat person noises. Okay, because I am one. Oh. Harder. Oh. Got cake for me. Fucking food in this game looks so goddamn good. Like, this is just an excuse for them to like make a bunch of high quality food props. Give them a what's the proper terminology for this? A gunt. I need more like disturbing thumbnails that like intrigue people. Oh. Yeah. Nintendo will never partner with me now. I love Kirby, but it's hard to resist wanting to do something awful like this. The whole point of the game is to get as fat as possible, so why the fuck not? Let's face over a bit. It's okay, Kirby's a guy, he can show his nipples. Maybe for the sake of my safety, I'll just remove the nipple for now. And I saw Pokey went to bed. I didn't get to say goodnight. You did what to our pink puff? Big splatters on his face that are gonna look like something else. Not cum, it's cake. Give him multiple boobs. That stick out. Button. Double chin action. The alter the splatter. Be with this expression. Maybe draw myself holding a strawberry. Like, huh? What's behind me? Make nervous sweating. I think this works much better. Oh, so you got a little strawberry there for me. Probably will need to reference some morbidly obese people to get this sound just right. The hair monster is always like pretty indifferent about whatever is going on. It's just like usually hangs out. It's like yeah. Yes, field music. Still really love like when you in the original 4.hack games when you get a rainy field. Really come. Not sure the triple boobs are working here on Kirby. Like a art and science to like drawing fat. You have to like have a good sense of bottom weight and how it overflows on top. I'm already good at like drawing feet because I'm into that, but I'm not into this. And I promise. There's a fat person nipple just like pepperoni. Yeah, I'll make his hands jut out. Does a little bit like pudgy as well. I just now looked at chat. Don't give him nips. He has to have nips. Has to have nips now. I need to do the exact opposite of what people want. Maybe move out his eye just a little. Give him jowls, maybe? Yeah, make him look like a pug. Or a bulldog, rather. How's eyes are too, like, spread apart. Align them with the cheeks just. Kirby may be a very simple design. Like, sometimes, like, the most simplest designs will give you the most trouble if you don't, like, know exactly how to, like, balance some of the details and, like, get the size right between, like, say, eyes and mouth. Saggy nipples. Ooh. Ooh. You hot twitch. Oh, here's something I could do with arms. I could give him a bit of that, like, under sag. I love Kirby so much, so it hurts me to do this to him. If I need to look at, like, what a fat person looks like, I just have to use myself as a reference, honestly. There'll be plenty of, like, nice Kirby art that I draw for future thumbnails, and I do want to, like, get around to playing a lot of the classic Kirbys.
Oh, I'm really hungry. I have that there strawberry. Oh. Oh. Mom, come pick me up. And I give him some neck fat as well, even though he doesn't have a neck. You can also give him a little bit of back fat too, I suppose. So if you look at the back of a fat person's neck, they usually like have the skin like doing this. I see like Photoshop pictures of like someone putting googly eyes on the back of a fat bald guy's neck and it looks like a pair of lips. Just give a nice dumpy, just cause a little bit of that curve. It's all coming around. Someone out there will find this hot. Oh, it does look like Kirby. The whole point of the game is eat as many strawberries as you can and get as fat as you can to beat the competition. If it's upsetting, it works. It's effective. Just need to, don't look like Kirby because he doesn't have this yet. And now he looks more like Kirby. Blue in his eyes is a very important detail. Just throw down some flat colors just to like exemplify how it looks. Nipples will be a little bit darker compared to the rest of its body. Could probably like not do the line art for that and just do it that way and it'll probably look better. Actually could have drawn. Oh no! I shouldn't reference like actual YouTubers at all in my thumbnails. Just make them look like Nikado Avocado. It's like that famous picture of him where got all like what looks like mayonnaise dripping down his fucking face. Wow. Extremely cursed. Why you draw the line at Nikado Avocado? Then if I want it to look a lot more smoother, I just have to adjust the colors. I don't know why I'm like putting in this extra effort because it is just the thumbnail. I mean, it is just the sketch layer of the thumbnail. So the outline of Kirby will be like darker, and on the inside it'll look a lot more softer because lost my train of thought. Having too much fun drawing this disgusting creature. It's me. And I get to add some shading too. So like, because I'm drawing like fat rolls, they get to have like their own little shadows on shadows. There you go. And his gunt gets one. Let me draw cursed shit, and I will. His neck needs some shadows. Look 10 times as horrifying like when I actually do smooth line art. I'll make his behind like shaded enough. See, look, it's a spitting image of Kirby. Look forward to it. One moment. Actually, I really should have, like, Nikado. Trying to find the exact picture I had in mind. Maybe instead of, like, the smile, I could, like, make it the O face. Like... Squeezing his jowls together like... Ugh. This is gonna be so fun, the line and color later. I'll go ahead and, like, do a little bit of that, I suppose. Go ahead and put these in a folder and turn the folder opacity down. Hey, pup. Yeah, kind of Nikado. Check out this other thumbnail I made, pup.
The colors. Spelled my name wrong. Go ahead and Kirby. Lines. Up. Middle. Bottom. Folders within folders. Oh, the armpits look suspicious. Yeah, I mean, when you're fat, don't you like get like rolls underneath of your armpits? It just like starts looking really saggy under there. You get like the wings and stuff. Like the little cellulite wings, I guess they're called. Basically just gonna look like Kirby when I'm like 35. Already halfway there. Ow. Rotund. Oh. Got about 15 minutes left for me. Try and just get as much done. My lines.
Apologies for like when I bump into my desk. My drawing setup is pretty. One day I will have a nice setup. 2 monitors. Yeah, it looks better. Horns are always difficult to draw. You have to move over the face. It's gotta look a little bit like Kirby in a way. It's just like set the horn and see how it looks. I think it's the bang that's
raise the iris just a bit so I'm like looking up. Oh. Concern. I have to put some effort into the strawberry to actually make it look delicious and candy.
Uh, it's kind of like it's long, yeah. It's like, I need to bring the hairs around so. Around the face a little bit. Adjustments to the whole. Yeah. Clear coating before I wrap up. I guess not so much color coding as I'm just actually just coloring them. Usual, the body is always outlined. I'll fix the strawberry. Up another. Me? My phone is nearly dead. Good sign. Tell me, alright, time to stop streaming, buddy. Right here. What a horrible thumbnail this is gonna be. Oh. Sorry, I went 10 minutes over when I expected to end. This is a pretty nice laid-back stream. As I've mentioned before, I used to stream art all the time. And just for years I kind of just stopped doing it. I got a little disheartened by like people coming in and going like, hey, this is boring. I don't want to watch you zoomed into an area and going over bad lines over and over again. I don't want to watch this PowerPoint presentation art stream, and it's like, right, maybe my watching me draw isn't all that interesting. But as an artist, I always felt it was like necessary to do it, but I don't know, I just got like disheartened after a while that like my streams weren't really the most exciting things to watch when it came to me drawing. You're welcome. Got to turn the chat box on for this room. Wonder why it was even off in the first place. Yeah, I hope to ruin Kirby for many people. Get out of my fandom, I'm gonna gatekeep Kirby. Okay, that's bad. I can't think of much else to say, so, thank you for watching. Thank you for lurking. And if I do decide to upload this on YouTube, thank you for watching the video. Take care, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.